What? Good evening and welcome to the City Council, Soledad City Council successor agency / meeting together. We'll call the meeting to order at 6 o'clock. We'll go ahead and take a roll call.
Mayor Ana Velasquez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ben Jimenez Jr.,
Here.
Councilmember Maria Corlejo. Here. Councilmember Fernando Cabrera.
Here. All right, so we have our full attendance. We'll go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone could stand and face the flag. Another thing. A flag of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. One nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, real briefly, I want to acknowledge that the mayor is joining us from beautiful Yosemite. I don't know if there's snow out there or not via Zoom, so she is in attendance. However, I'll be running the meeting tonight as a vice mayor, and so therefore we do have a quorum and we move forward. Are there any additions or modifications to the agenda?
Yes, there are. I just wanted to mention that Ms. Sanchez will give comments during public comment on closed session item number 2. And then in addition on item C-5, we have a replacement for Exhibit A. It's essentially the same proposed contract. The information in the staff report is correct. It's the attachment. The consultant form for the contract was used versus the city form. So I will hand this out to the council members. So we're just replacing Exhibit A of item C-5 with this.
If we have closed session at the end. Okay.
At the end, yeah. In case anyone in the audience would like to get attached.
All right, so we have those 2 changes, the additional item that was included, and Ms. Sanchez will make a comment during the public comment section on the closed session item. Correct? That's
Correct.
All right, so we'll move into council presentations. At this time, we have a presentation by the council to a proclamation in honor of Black History Month to the NAACP Monterey.
Public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Public comment. So at this time, anyone in the public that would like to make a comment may address the council. Items of interest to the public are within the jurisdiction of the council. A public comment card should be filled out and completed to ensure the speaker is called upon to give a comment. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes. The mayor may further limit the time for public comments depending on the agenda schedule. Please be brief and to the point. No action or discussion will be taken, not appearing on the agenda. When you're called upon, please come to the podium, speak into the microphone, give your name and your address if you so desire. And also make your comments to the board as a whole and not seek out target individual council members. There'll be no demonstrations such as clapping, cheering, booing is not allowed. It's considered disruptive. And so the main purpose of that is keep the meeting moving. In addition to walking around with signs and stuff like that, we can be considered disruptive as well. So without any other questions, we'll go ahead and move into public comment. We'll have our first person. So we'll start in the agenda in the chambers. And our first comment, anybody would like to come up and address the council? We may do so now.
Voy a hacer el comentario en español. ¿Está bien? Que mi nombre es Elba Lucía Sánchez, mi esposo Oscar Sánchez. Tuvimos el 1 de enero un accidente con la fence de mi vecino, cayó un firework
And is this for the closed session item?
Yes,
So we're gonna wanna wait till the
No,
closed
we're
session,
gonna,
or we're gonna take it now?
because of the fact that we moved the closed session to the end of the meeting, we don't wanna make
Understood.
somebody
Thank
wait
you.
all the way.
Thank you.
we have a translator?
So good afternoon, my name is Mr. Sanchez. We want to give public comment, because we had an incident with one of our fences,
El 1 de enero.
the 1st of January.
Fue a la 1 de la mañana, 10 minutos. Se prendió lumbre bastante fuerte. Ellos estaban de vacaciones en México, no estaban. Y la ciudad cuando llegó tuvo que interferir en tumbar la fence del frente de mi casa. Mi esposo se quedó encerrado en las llamas por tratar de apagarla con la manguera y tumbaron el otro lado de la fence para poderlo rescatar a él.
So it was approximately at 1:10 a.m. There was a fire, and the people were on vacation at that time. And the firefighters had to break down the front side of the fence to be able to access the fire. My husband was trapped because he was trying to put out the fire, so then the fire department had to break through the back fence as well.
Ellos inmediatamente me dijeron que iban a responder por lo que había pasado, porque primero era salvar las vidas. Entonces, de mi casa apagaron todo el fuego y pues tuvimos que meter el claim porque nosotros, mi esposo es el único que trabaja, yo soy ama de casa, no trabajo, no hay otro ingreso y pues vamos al día, entonces es un poquito difícil que nosotros podamos hacer ese gasto.
So the fire department let us know that, they would respond to the fence because they had to save lives first as their priority. So that's why they had to submit a claim, but since they both work, they got payment day by day.
Solo les pido consideración, que no tomen nuestro caso, nos consideren un poquito para ayudarnos, esto. Gracias.
So we just ask that, you consider our claim, with those costs and just help us, anything else, so, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the chamber? Public comment?
Hello, good evening, council members, mayor. She's not. And members of the public. I am here today to denounce the misinformation being spread across town about Measure P. In recent days, we have seen various signs across town in support of Measure P. We, the Soledad Committee for Voting Rights, believe our residents deserve full transparency and accurate information. We do not know who's behind these signs, as they have yet to step forward publicly so that we, the voters, can get clarification on their position. The website is a guide that doesn't provide information to the voters on why they should vote for Measure P. We have reached out to the FPPC and there is no registered committee or group with the register with the Secretary of State. And although we understand it is within their rights to put up the sign, it does not give them a free pass to spread misinformation that may confuse our voters. That is why we, the Soledad Committee for Voting Rights, are gathered here today to denounce publicly that this information on that sign is false and misleading. There are no special interest groups spearheading our campaign. The residents of Soledad put the measure on the ballot by collecting 1,400 signatures to stop Ordinance 765, and which, if passed, will remove the right to elect a mayor and place it in the hands of the council. We invite the entities behind Yes on Measure P to come forward so we can have a neutral party moderate a community forum on Measure P and have a meaningful conversation so residents have the opportunity to hear both sides on the issue. They can contact us. My information is marg05@live.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to address the council?
Hello, members of the council. My name is Fernando Ansaldo. I'm a resident of Soledad. Usually I write something. I didn't write it today. I just wanted to echo what Monica was saying and hopefully having folks step forward to have a public forum on Measure P. I also want considerations for the future from the city as we are looking towards the future, and once this whole districting mess is kind of figured out, having sort of debates, public forums for candidates as well in the future, hopefully maybe a little too late for now, but at least maybe starting in November as well. Hopefully there could be conversation between council and the city staff on that. But yeah, I just wanted to again to echo what Monica was saying and just letting folks know about the supposed misinformation about being posted around the city, talking about special interest groups, which is interesting to me because if the majority of folks spoke up back in September, opposing 5 districts, and then the 5 districts passing, I think I want to know what that special interest there is to not listen to what the community said. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing that there's, okay, so we got one.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, council. Good evening, everyone's here and also that are joining us on social media. My name is Eva Vimelos. I live at 29 4th Street and I am a registered voter here for Soledad. And I'm also part of the Soledad Committee of Voting Rights. We, of course, only 14 days away. We have noticed some anonymous signs popped up with the website with no content to provide information to the voters on why they should vote yes on Measure P. This is deceiving, and our voters deserve to have facts. The entities behind the yes on P board have yet to come forward to address or defend their position. Our committee believes this is a blatant attempt to confuse our residents, and it is our duty to ensure our voters, those that are behind me and those who are on social media, to know the facts. So furthermore, we do request and also to make sure that you vote no on your P. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Measure P.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Sánchez. Buenas tardes, solamente quiero reafirmar lo que mis compañeros aquí estaban diciendo de la mala información que se está distribuyendo por el pueblo con estos cartelones donde dice que voten sí para la medida P para regresarles el poder a la gente. La gente está confundida y no entiende de qué forma se le va a regresar el poder si se le quiere quitar el derecho a elegir al mayor de la ciudad. De qué forma se le va a regresar ese poder y creo que la comunidad nos merecemos una explicación sobre eso y me gustaría, como dijeron antes, vinieran a un foro abierto para que den explicaciones de a qué se refieren con regresar el poder a la gente.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Maria Sanchez. I just want to reiterate what everybody has said on Measure P. And confusion with a sign that say that yes, vote on Measure P will return the power to the people. We want to know how it is that the power will be returned to the people if the intent would be to take the right to vote for a mayor away. And so we want there to be a public forum in which the other side can explain what their position is.
Anyone else? Seeing no one else in the chamber,
Can I say no for another topic or no?
this opportunity for public comment, if it's pertaining to an item on the agenda, then no, okay. All right, then we'll go ahead and take it out to Zoom. Anybody?
Did you want to make another comment?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Good evening again, everyone. My name is Ella. I live at 289 4th Street. And I wanted to share some information, especially with us ladies. It's called Worthy Movement. People of all ages coming to know who God has truly created them to be by understanding God's love in them and for the word. We are having a special event here at Liberty Chapel Church for a Worthy Movement. It's for all ladies who have different walks, and we are inviting every woman and all churches around here, South County, North County, South County, everywhere here in Soledad. So we invite you. It is going to be April 13th in Soledad, Liberty Chapel Church. Thank you.
Thank you. then we'll go ahead and take it out to Zoom, seeing that there's no one else. There's no one else? Is there? I don't have it.
Frank Corleone.
All right, go ahead, Frank.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Good evening. Can you hear me? Yeah,
yes.
it's pretty simple. You guys all have like different parties, correct? Something like different parties. You're only representing one party. You're representing the Democratic Party. So there's no bipartisan. That seat is like a bipartisan seat. And the thing for 5 districts, and if you think about it right now, this is a perfect example for you all that believe that, you know, you're staying with your one partisan, but this is a perfect example. How much money is being raised for this person that's running for council? I bet you he's up in the 9 grand range. I bet. This is a perfect example what you need 5 districts for, so that you have the chance, everybody has the chance to run for a position. Those people that you guys claim to serve, that you claim to serve that are underserved, they don't want to be in the fields no more. They're still in the fields. They're not happy. They complain, no, me vienen a hablar conmigo, pero dicen me van a ayudar, pero no me ayudan. That you guys say you're going to help them and bring them from somewhere, and they're still there working, suffering. That's what you guys say. You're going to do this, you're going to do that, but you don't deliver. That's what 5 districts is for. It's going to give that one person in that food line that's there at the church every morning, 10 or 15 of them have something on their mind. And I bet one of them would like to get a chance to run without raising a lot of money. It's basically just giving everybody the equity that you guys claim that you're giving to the people, that you're giving to the community. And it's an outside organization that came to steal all your votes. Right away, when you come to dictate what you're going to vote, how we're going to vote, LULAC, you took all of our votes, not just the mayor position. And the mayor position is rotatable. Nobody on the council is going to choose who mayor is. It's a rotational position. It's not equity, it's equality. Remember that. All you people that say that you support the farm workers, it's equality, equal justice. A little lesson for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else out there? Go ahead, Gabby.
Good evening, council members. Before I start, I request not to be interrupted. You all signed up to serve the community because I will reclaim my time as my Fifth Amendment right. Today, I'd like to share my intention is to advocate for a survivor of child sexual assault, a survivor who is a resident of Soledad. This child was 10 years old when she met the perpetrator, at 12 years old when the 19-year-old was caught. According to the Soledad police, the charges include aggravated assault, rape of a minor, lewd acts on a minor, oral copulation of a minor, arranging a meeting for a minor for sex, possession of child porn, child abuse, and criminal threats. I'd like to share that the City Councilwoman Martinez of Greenfield believes all men of color deserve a second chance, even if they are convicted of child sexual assault. Councilwoman Martinez fiercely defended the perpetrator by sending a letter of character before his sentencing to try to lessen his sentence. Councilwoman Martinez minimized the trauma caused by the sexual assault. What I'm asking the mayor and the city council, what are your thoughts on Councilwoman Martinez's action? How are you going to advocate for survivors? What resources, education, or workshop will you work on to ensure survivors feel safe? How are you going to share statistics to show the community the extent of the problem? And most importantly, make a clear message that the leaders of Soledad will stand with survivors and not defend child sex offenders. How are you going to denounce other council members who support child abusers? Survivors are often afraid to speak out due to society and people like Councilwoman Martinez who are more concerned in defending sexual abusers than the survivors.
This is why
She's talking about somebody from
I order
I am talking about and I'm advocating for a Soledad resident. That is the most important thing right now. She was a survivor and, you know, somebody, yes, I'm not from Soledad, but I work in the mental health field and I care about and advocating for survivors across. If I hear about it, I'm going to talk about it and I'm going to advocate because I am not afraid to stand up and share what is going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The one thing I did want to point out to you is that we have pointed out to you once before that the public comment section of the meeting is not an appropriate forum for give and take between the council and members who are making comments. So the council is basically forbidden from providing you with a response to the question that you're raising. So it's duly noted that you raised the issue, but you cannot expect the council to engage in a back and forth conversation with you on the issue.
All right, are there any other?
I'll get two more. Patricia?
Vidal? Who?
Patricia?
Patricia, excuse me. Go ahead, Patricia. Patricia, you want to take yourself off the mute? I'm guessing you're on mute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you for, being there. Thank you for all the work that you all do. I'm sure you guys are not thanked enough. With that said, I would like to say something. I think it's, pretty common sense for everybody that people are being taken the right away to vote. It's very simple. You don't need a PhD to know that. And for somebody from the community to, talk and say that it's not that and try to explain it a different way, I think it's an insult to a lot of us. And it's very deceiving. And, I thank you guys for all the work that you do. And I hope that I will be able to thank you again for doing the right thing and not giving out disinformation to the community and telling people, to vote on the proposition and trying to make people believe that, they are having a right to continue voting for the mayor when it's not. So, once again, thank you for all the work that you do. Please continue to do it, but please don't let others deceive the community. And, you yourselves, please, don't deceive the community. People want the right to vote. The entire country wants the right to vote for, what we believe is right. So once again, thank you for your time. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Yeah, but one more, Max.
Go ahead, Max. Max, go ahead and take yourself off the mute.
Mute. Got it.
Good evening.
Is that better? Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good evening. So the first issue I wanted to address tonight, that district in general is part of the problem. Soledad's a very small community in just one neighborhood, and the concept of district is very misplaced in Soledad. But once the city was forced to the district issue, there are several questions about how to set it up. Similar to how King City approaches the issue, the city council did vote 3-2 to adopt a 5-district model. Opponents to this 5-district plan have used the negative campaign full of misleading and false statements. No voting rights are being taken away. A vote yes on Measure P or adopting the 5-district model does not take anything away from the people. It better enables control and returns power to the people. Residents will have more control over their local government. Measure P will democratize the decision-making process in Soledad by ensuring that elected officials are more directly accountable to the residents of their districts. Measure P removes outside interests from selecting our representatives for us. The citizens will continue to select their mayor by selecting their district representative, who on a rotating basis will fill a term as mayor. So every district will at one time in the 5 years will have a mayor from their district. Our school boards have worked this way for many years, rotating the chairmanship every year. In our city, the mayor is one of 5 council members who has 1 of 5 votes and no other power than that of meetings. And if we're forced to go to districts, this 5 district method will not take any right to vote for anybody, because all council members will be elected. Other than all you can vote is for one person in your district, and that's the bad thing about going to districts in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others on Zoom?
Got one more, Junior.
Go ahead, Junior.
Hello, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here on behalf of quite a bit of people that are actually scared, and they're intimidated by a lot of the people saying that their votes are being taken away by this Measure P. And I want everybody who's listening to understand that the same group that's advocating that to vote no on P is protecting your rights to vote, is actually taking your vote to right to vote away by pushing the redistricting. If they really wanted the citizens of Soledad to keep the right to vote to keep all their votes, then they should vote on and push to not redistrict, because everybody right now that can vote can either vote for 3 seats or 2 seats. Now, pay attention, everybody, please pay attention to the verbiage of this, is that if the districting passes, you can only vote for 1 person, and that's in your district. So you're actually being taken, your votes are being taken away by districting. And I want somebody that's advocating to district to tell me otherwise, so I can pass this along, because there is a lot of people that are intimidated by this group and forcing them to vote no, or to think that their votes are being taken away by going to 5 district elections. I say you can't have your cake and eat it too. The 5 districts assures that every district is going to have a mayor rotated, not keep one mayor that's been voted over and over and over. By 5 districts, the mayor rotates. I think that's more than fair if the city needs to go to districting. People really need to read the fine line and not hear that they're taking your vote away. The same people that are advocating that your votes are being taken away, they're pushing to district and your votes are being taken away. So we need, I think it's up to the city council to clarify that. And is that or is that not true? By going to districting, you're actually minimizing your vote from picking 3 people or 3 seats to only 1 seat being your district. And I think we need the city and the city council to clarify that, if that is indeed true or not true. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others on Zoom?
That's it.
There you go. Sure. Bring him back in the room. Yeah, one more speaker.
Hello, I'm Wes White, John Doe 13K Productions on the YouTube channel. Also, political minded community enthusiast. I've gone to a lot of redistricting in this county, actually, like Marina, and I think Monterey went through one too. In both of those jurisdictions, they never even had a question on mine. Should we roll the mayor in with that 5th district? No, they both have 4 and 1 mayor. So when that guy's talking about going from voting for 3 to 1, why take it from 3 to 1 when you can take it from 3 to 2, which is actually the overwhelming majority of what I've heard in Soledad's community sessions was go with the mayor in the 4 districts, and that seems to be the most popular. somehow, we're talking about not letting that be, constitutional or something. It's kind of weird how the 5 districts ends up being the right choice. It's certainly not within Monterey County, any other jurisdiction. The only jurisdiction that I've seen has a rotating position is the county, and they've got $1.8 billion. I think they got more than enough power to deal with just in their own district. You know, and so that rotation seems reasonable on the county level. But as far as little cities, you need a strong mayor, in my opinion, that is voted by the majority of people rather than rotation. Because that's what I've seen in every other jurisdiction in Monterey County. So I'm gonna recommend voting no on P and do this redistricting map with 4 districts and a mayor.
Thank you. Any others? No, turn off the bat, go ahead. It has been a different issue though.
Then I will just read a different issue. I think on the paper it says that you should fill out a comment card, but I think we had clarified in the prior meeting that you don't have to, so that might mean that just be edited out of this.
Good point, thank you. All right, if there's no other comments, we'll go ahead and move on to, and again, the council is limited or informed not to respond to any of the comments during public session. So therefore, we can't say it. So understanding that, we're moving forward, and it's not, we're not taking your comments in consideration. It's just that we're not able to comment on them. So moving into presentations, we're gonna go into our first presentation. It's gonna be a presentation of a proclamation in honor of Black History Month to the NAACP. And I believe it's the president is Tover, if I'm not correct. Lyndon Tarver. Lyndon Tarver, all right. And I believe he's participating via Zoom. Ms. Carver? Are you out there?
Yeah, I'll see.
All right, if he's not out there, we're gonna read it anyway. So we have a proclamation of the city of Soledad celebrating Black History Month. Whereas Black History Month is the time to celebrate and recognize the rich heritage and contribution and achievements of African Americans throughout history. And whereas this annual observance provides an opportunity for all citizens to reflect on the significant impact that individuals and communities have had on the cultural, social, economic, and political development in our nation. Whereas Black History Month serves as a reminder of the ongoing journey towards justice, equality, and elimination of the systemic racism. And whereas the national theme for 2024 is African Americans and the arts, which examines the varied history and life of African Americans, arts and artisans, and celebrates African American art, which is infused in African, Caribbean, Black America, lived experiences. And whereas the Africans' influence have been integral to the visual and performing arts, literature, fashion, folklore, language, film, music, architect, culinary, and other forms of cultural experience. So now therefore it being resolved that the city of Soledad now proclaims the month of February as Black History Month. We encourage all citizens to honor the legacy of African Americans and to add to the vibrancy and culture of the community whose diverse stories, struggles, and triumphs inspire and enrich the collective narrative of our nation, fostering a deeper understanding of our shared history. Signed by our Mayor, Ana Velasquez, and council members present. The second presentation, and he's still not on? You see him out there? No. Okay. Anybody would like to speak on behalf of Black History Month? If you're representative, if not, then we'll move forward with the certificate of achievement for our Soledad Warriors Midget Division.
Mayor Pro Tem, I have my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, my computer's not up. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Eric.
Yeah, thank you. If it's okay, I'll just, if your computer's not up, then I can just unmute if you want to recognize me, so that way I'm not holding my hand up. I just wanted to say on the first one for the NAACP, I just wanted to thank Lyndon Tarver, who's the president of the NAACP, and I know he couldn't be here. Unfortunately, he's not here today. But the NAACP, as you stated in the proclamation, also has a long history of supporting and advocating for social and economic rights for our African Americans and all people of color. So we just want to make sure that we're acknowledging that as part of, you know, Soledad's commitment to diversity and inclusivity. So wanted to make sure that we say thank you to the NAACP for all the work that they've done, and we hope to get that proclamation to them soon. And then Mayor Pro Tem, just on item number 2, there seemed to be a confusion in regards to the certificate presentation. I did speak to the coach for the Main Street Middle School girls volleyball, and they won't be able to make it tonight, but they were in the understanding that they would be presented with the certificates in March. So I don't believe anyone's here for that. So I think we can proceed unless Megan has some other information that I don't have.
I think Darlene indicated that they're here and they're coming into the Warriors. The Soledad Warriors midget division is.
Come on in, fellas, come on in.
Oh.
Right here in front.
Thank you,
Line up right in
thank you.
front.
Apologize, Mayor. I thought it was for the girls season volleyball team. They're not gonna be here, but the Warriors are
Yeah.
here. Thank
Go ahead, guys, stand right in front. Don't sit down, stand right here on the podium, right here. Right here. Right up here. Come on, right here. Go ahead and face out to the camera now. There you go. Again, the coach is Alvin. What's my name? Ruiz. Ruiz. What's that? You got it. Everybody say cheese. All right, great. Our Soledad Warriors Midget Division, Super Bowl champions of Monterey County. Let's all give them a round of applause. If you get Coach Ivan Reed. Excellent job. It's from the mayor and the council, recognizing what your group has done. If you could go to the podium and possibly say a few words, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you to, Soledad and the community, everyone that supported us this season. The board members of the Warriors, they've always been a huge support for us, all the parents, for all the practices and everything, they've done. And to the boys, to the team, you guys earned it, you deserved it. And, the high school have a special root and, thank you.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, if you'd like to turn around, council, if you'd like to say a few words. Council member, Fernando Cabrera.
Thank you for being here, and I'm proud of you guys. I have seen a couple of you guys. Are you guys from Main Street? Yeah.
It is not forgetting.
Yes.
Councilwoman Cornejo.
Yes, just wanted to congratulate all of you on an amazing season, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys play. I did support some of your fundraisers that you guys give with the cheerleaders as well. So can't wait for next season. Great job, guys. We're proud of you.
Thank you. Good job, guys. And for myself, I played Pop Warner here in Soledad, and I was a part of the 1974 team that was undefeated, unscored against. No one scored on us. So I don't know if that happened to you guys. Anybody scored on you guys? Yeah, that happened, right? They're a lot better players now.
It was under 50.
We didn't have a face mask or anything like that, so. But, congratulations, great job. Good work. We have the mayor also would like to say a few words. Mayor?
Yeah, congratulations, and I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I'm on Zoom, so congratulations. Congratulations, team. I'm so proud of you. The city of Soledad is super proud of you for your commitment to excellence. I had both of my boys were also in the Warriors, so it's super special to me to be able to recognize you. And again, thank you. Congratulations for your commitment to excellence and your commitment also to school, right? They go hand in hand. So thank you for that dedication and you made Soledad proud. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys. Good night.
No, I think we just did a written report.
All right, the next item is a report from the youth council. It's a written report that we'll receive unless there's someone from the youth council that's here today representing. If not, then we'll go ahead and take that one. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to the consent calendars. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine by the city council and will be adopted by one action of the council unless the council member has any question or wishes to make a statement or discuss an item. In that event, the mayor will remove the item from the consent calendar for separate consideration. The consent calendar runs from C1 through C8. Council, anyone would like to pull an item?
C8, please.
C8, any other?
Yeah, Mayor
Go ahead,
Mayor
Mayor.
Pro Tem,
Yes.
C3 for comment, please.
Okay, so we got C3 and C8. Remember, or Cabrera?
No, not really. No.
C3 and C8. C3 is for comment? Is that correct?
Yes, just a comment and just a clarification on that, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so on the Soledad monthly activity reports, first I want to say thank you so much for all of our staff who put together just great reports. I think they're amazing. So the community can see a lot of the work that's being done by our staff and a lot of the infrastructure projects that we currently have ongoing. I do have a question though, and well, not a question, but just a comment in terms of, I know the last time for the commercial portion of it, for economic development and their updates on the marketplace. I know I had requested more updates on for our community members, as I know this is something really important to many of our community members that have been waiting for the commercial retail that's supposed to be coming. There was some indication that Ross is still in the picture. So I just wanted to make sure that we clarify for our community. I've been asked multiple times in regards to that, whether that is still viable and are we working, are they coming to Soledad?
Megan?
Yeah. So I think the short answer is it's highly unlikely. The developer does still have a lease relationship with Ross, so they are looking at a different user. I think it's come out at the planning commission level that there is a proposed Tractor Supply that would come as opposed to Ross, but since technically they still have a lease arrangement, it's not, the deal with Tractor Supply hasn't been completed yet. So that's kind of where they are. That the economics of there was nothing wrong with the city. The city did not do anything related to discouraging Ross from being there. It really was a matter of construction costs changing, inflation and interest rates changing, so that the financial constraints of that related to lease rates made the deal, financially not feasible. So, but it's still a remote possibility, and that's why we didn't completely take it off the, that report. But yes, if, and we should know soon, the item for Tractor Supply is going to be, coming before the planning commission shortly. We should know soon, whether or not that deal is complete, probably in the next few weeks.
Thank you.
All right, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you,
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem. Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, and I think that the council is pretty agreeable that we take both Ross and Tractor Supply at the same time. We'll try to accommodate them, or hopefully they can try to accommodate them out there. Any business we get here would be great. All right, item number 8.
Yeah, so I was just bringing it up, for comment. I just wanted to, thank city staff, Megan, and also, Jessica Potts as well. And I also wanted to thank the Little League, board members, which I believe I see some of them out here, and I met them in the front as I was walking in, but I just wanted to thank both parties for being able to collaborate together and partner together and, you know, be able to do all this for the benefit of the children. It's, you know, it's a sport, but as we know, there's also a lot of life lessons that they learn. It's healthy for them, for their mental health, and also for all the volunteers that the program has. So just wanted to say that, thank you. And I wanted to see if perhaps anyone, or I guess once we open it to the public, if there's, you know, someone from Little League that would like to say some words.
Right, if that's the case, well, let's go ahead and if someone would like to speak on behalf of the Little League at this present time, council, do you have any objection to that?
Good evening, everybody, community and city council and mayor. My name is Chris Camacho, 45-year resident of Soledad, California. Born and raised in all the programs from YMCA to rec to coached and played in Little League and been on the board before, and the city being able to have the opportunity to be up here and be able to say thank you to the city leaders and to the city, the community, because this year has been a very rough year. We struggled and we needed the help of the community, the support of the city leaders and the residents and volunteers. It wasn't gonna happen if we didn't have that from everybody. And of course, our board members that we have here, our Vice President Gabriel, our concession stand manager Monica Orozco, and our coaching coordinator Henry Tavares. We are a 12 member board. We started in June, which was a little bit earlier than usual, than normal, because of the obstacles and situation where we're living. So we're happy to be here, and as well, I don't know if I can mention names, but Megan, Darlene, and as you mentioned, Jessica, you know, I mean, and the board for allowing us to negotiate those fees, because again, this is not my money, it's not our board money. This is money given to us by the community to support an organization for our youth. And this is something that is very important, not only to me, to our board members, but to our kids. In recent years, we have seen registrations drop. In 2015, 2014, when I was part of this board, we had over 200 registrations from T-ball, from 4-year-old to 15-year-old or 14-year-olds. Now we're borderline 150. And so that's something that we can do as a community better to get the kids out there. And it has a lot to do with social media, tablets and phones, I understand as well. But also having parks closed with locks, not allowing kids to go out there on a Sunday to get with their friends and enjoy the parks like I did in the 80s and 90s, where we could call up a friend and say, let's go, 6 of us, 5 of us. Now you have to be part of an organization or be part of some type of thing that you get a permit, you know, in Boston Park is locked, it's behind closed doors and cage fence. And that's nobody's fault right now, but us as a community, we can change that. And I believe that it doesn't mix into necessarily what we're doing right now with Little League, but for our youth in our community, I think it's important that we allow kids and youth to go into access parks, fields at any time they want, any day they want, without having to be afraid of having to jump a fence or getting through a lock and a chain, right? So aside of that, I mean, that's something I just want to bring up. I think it's important for you guys as a board, us as a community to think about the future, because it is affecting our kids and it is keeping them from doing stuff outdoors. And, you know, and at the end of the day, what we're doing this for is to make sure our kids play sports in high school, at the high school level. We don't want to discourage them. We want them to have the same opportunities we did. And that's all I'm asking here today. And again, thank you to everybody for getting our fees in an agreement everywhere that we're currently at right now. Even though it's not exactly what we wanted, but it is a lot better situation when we started at. So thank you again, Megan, Darlene, Jessica Potts. And hopefully one day we can figure this out and ensure that we're doing the right thing for the kids. I understand it's fees and public works comes at a cost, but at the same time, this is something that these kids only get this one time around, right? They're only 4 to 14 for a couple of years, and after that, their youth has passed them by. So hopefully we can figure this out and make sure we do the right thing.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. I don't know, Council, since we pulled it, I'm gonna give you an opportunity if you want to say anything.
Well, yes, I just wanna thank you for expressing your opinion, and I wanna echo his concern. I know that there is difficult situations when they close the park, but I was in the same with the same mentality. We never had any restrictions in being happy and or grabbing our bats and balls and everything and just start playing everywhere. And I think that we are limiting our kids. We have a lot of people, a lot of our good athletes, and a lot of people that are brilliant, and we are limiting with that their potential. Look how many people have been successful in the past year. Some of the girls have been called into playing soccer in different teams, baseball players. And I know a lot of them that are good pitchers, good perspectives for major leagues. And I think that we have to go back to that. We have to allow them to be kids, to be players, to be athletes, to cultivate their dreams. Because dreams don't start after high school. They start at this moment. You guys are doing a tremendous work in cultivating that part of a kid. Because if you don't pay attention at that time, they don't develop that love for the game. And I think that you have to be able to hit a couple of balls to understand that the love for the game, as well as all of them: football, baseball, basketball, all the sports. You have to be able to play it a little bit so you can feel that love for the game. And thank you guys for doing all the work. And let's keep doing it. Let's look for a solution for that.
Thank you.
I'll just give a last comment, I guess, conclusion. Just I really just want to thank again the board. Chris, I really liked your speech there. It really brought back a lot of good memories of me growing up. You know, just being a monkey out at the parks or even at the schools, right? And also I wanted to acknowledge that I know that it has been hard for you guys. I think last year was a totally different board and a different situation. So thank you guys, you know, for all your hard work, and also the volunteers, the parents, coaches, everyone that has supported the league. And that's all.
Thank you. Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for giving us the opportunity just to say a few words as well. So thank you, Chris, and I want to thank Monica and Gabriel and Henry, as well as rest of the board members, for looking at different creative solutions. Obviously, Little League is part of who we are in Soledad. You know, my brothers grew up in Little League, my boys went to Little League, and I think many of us and many of our families have gone through Little League. So it's something that is really instilled in part of our culture in Soledad. So it's critical. And I just want to thank all the volunteers because it doesn't happen without the volunteer coaches and all of the families that participate. But you're correct in terms of the parks are critical, and we know that. And I think in the city of Soledad, we strived to really make sure that our parks are part of our, as we develop and grow, that parks are included, and that's part of the social and emotional growth of our youth, and we know it's critical. So thank you for what you do. I think now what's changed with the city, as we didn't have a recreation department before, and through Measure Y, or actually Measure S, which our citizens voted for, right? To be able to have more opportunities, to have more programming available for our youth. Some are going to go into, Little League and they want to play sports, but then others, want to do something different. But I think it's a balance working together. How do we make sure that we are filling in the gaps for where our youth want to be and where our families want to make sure that, our children are growing up and they're having those experiences, they're being able to connect, to build those memories that Little League has built for many of us. So with that, I just want to say thank you again, and we hope to continue a great partnership moving forward.
Thank you, Mayor. Megan?
Yeah, I just wanted to let folks know who might be listening. This partnership is very unique because the level of maintenance, work, and partnership with the Public Works Department is not of any other team. The level of maintenance is and the partnership saving Public Works staff probably an hour a day because of the level of commitment you've made to the maintaining the field, which is I've been told is considered one of the best in the county. So it's a unique partnership. In exchange for that level of maintenance support, we're able to look at the fees, and there's a value to that. And the fees that are reduced are reflecting a value of what you're providing. So it's not that we're waiving fees, we're actually recognizing the extreme value of the labor and the love you have for not only the field, but the overall park. So we look forward to continuing that partnership. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And it's interesting that you say that about Little League, and then Councilmember Cabrera says that my nephew played here, I played Little League here as well, and he did make it to the major leagues, and he played at Soledad Little League, and he played with Tampa Bay Devil Rays and the Detroit Tigers, and his boy's playing with Oregon State right now. So it is possible, it is doable that you give these kids an opportunity to chase their dream. And he always used to tell me, Uncle Ben, I'm gonna be a major league pitcher one day. And he could barely even reach me when he was throwing the ball. I said, yeah, all right. But yeah, he did happen. He also grew to be 6'3", a little bit taller than Uncle Ben, but it is possible. But it was because of people like you guys there and the ladies coming forward and giving up your time and your effort to support these kids. So thank you so much. With that said,
I got one more thing.
okay. Real brief, Chris, real brief.
I'm sorry, I forgot one important thing, actually, that's one reason I'm here. I want to cordially invite our city leaders, city council, mayor, and city leaders, Megan and team, to our opening day ceremonies, because again, one keynote you guys touched on, it is a partnership. And without this partnership, this relationship we have, we're not gonna be successful with our youth. So we want to invite the city and our city leaders to our opening ceremony March 16th at 8 AM. And we'll love to acknowledge you guys and present you guys also to our Little League family.
Great, thank you, Chris. March 16th, 8 AM. All right, with that said, we have the consent calendar, items 1 through 8. That's not really as quick as we thought it was gonna go, but it was worthwhile listening to it and being able to come together on that. Do we have a motion?
The chair, I'm sorry, I forgot to acknowledge Mike's contribution. Without Mike, who wrote the use agreement, we wouldn't be here. So I wanted to acknowledge our city attorney.
Good job by all.
Yeah, thank you.
Mike. We'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve consent calendar items C1 through C8.
Second round. Yeah, first and second, all in favor? Roll call. Councilmember Cabrera, seconded.
Mayor Ana Velasquez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ben Jimenez Jr.,
Aye.
Councilmember Maria Corlejo,
Yes.
Councilmember Fernando Cabrera.
Yes. All right, so it all passed. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Have a good evening. All right.
8:30 or 8?
Ocho.
Okay.
I need to start that.
That's probably the 7:45.
All right. Moving on to city business, item B1.
And turn it over to Don.
Oh, okay, hey, Don.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, Mayor virtually. Don Wilcox, Public Works Director, in the city of Sullivan. So the next two items have to do with street safety programs and projects. So we're gonna do a presentation that applies to both. It just summarize all the street funding programs and street safety programs we have out there. Of course, there's a bunch, they're overlapping, they're somewhat confusing. Start off with the original gas tax, which they call HUDA, or the Highway Users Tax Account, funds all our regular street maintenance, our vehicles, our staff, signs, everything. Then along came additional gas tax, SB1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act, that added additional funding, but just for maintenance, not for staff, just maintenance programs. And then our local Measure X came out, the transportation and safety plan for Monterey County, again, just for additional maintenance funding. So we're doing fairly well in total maintenance funding, but we have a lot of projects to do. The one additional issue with Measure X Soledad was unable to get on the ballot measure was we can also use our Measure X funds if we decide to go back towards Pinnacle Parkway, the construction of something new as opposed to just maintaining our existing routes. So we have a number of safety programs on top of the maintenance programs. Some are passed through, they're all passed through, and then there's some competitive. We have the ATP, or Active Transportation Plan, HSIP, Highway Safety Improvement Plan, SRTS, Safe Routes to Schools Plan, LRSP, Local Road Safety Plan, and RSTP, Regional Service Transportation Plan. The RSTP in 2018, we got 517,000 to do the Metro traffic calming project. And then this year, we've been awarded 2.7 million in competitive funds for the West Street Road DAC project. The HSIP program, Highway Safety Improvement Plan, this year we have $250,000 towards safety projects, and next year 777,000. So that brings me back to the ATP, or Active Transportation Plan. AMC staff approached the City of Soledad staff a couple months ago and said they would like to author a grant for a project, a large project in Soledad in the $10 million plus range. Because we've been active in all these safety programs and doing the public outreach, the research, getting with police, and Leon's gonna present a few slides regarding the process. They thought Soledad was the most likely to be successful in a large active transportation program grant. So we're going to talk a little bit about the citywide street improvements and transportation funding efforts, and then I'll come back to present the two contracts for safety program design and then overall grant application. I'm going to turn it over to Leon. He's our interim city engineer to go through some slides. I believe Ariana from TAM area, excuse me, Green from CAMC was gonna attend, but she's not able. So the other, different Maria, yeah. Sorry, I did not put you. There's Leon.
Come on up, Ariana. Good evening, Mayor and Council, and Mayor Pro Tem, City Manager, City Attorney. I'm excited to present tonight because I think what you're going to see by virtue of this presentation is the culmination of the last 6 months to a year of efforts and all the various transportation safety decision matrix tasks that we have been supporting the City of Soledad on. And I think you're going to get a comprehensive overview of where we're going and what exciting projects we have underway. So again, Leon Gomez with Harrison Associates. Let me start the PowerPoint presentation. And this evening, for part of the presentation, I'm joined by my associate, Ms. Deborah Barr, who will introduce herself here momentarily. Tonight's presentation is on citywide safety improvements and transportation funding efforts. Quick overview of what the outline is going to be for tonight. We will discuss California's transportation network, the integration of local government and transportation agencies, the transportation funding process overview, citywide safety improvements. We'll talk a little bit about ATP Cycle 7. We'll give you a visual.
Should we be on the screen?
All right. Everybody see that now?
Yes. You can zoom in.
Yeah.
Full screen. There we go.
But there we go.
Thanks.
We're only on slide 2, that's okay. And we'll give you a visual overview of the citywide safety improvements and then talk about additional transportation funding sources. And then we'll give you a quick summary at the end. So at this point, I'll turn it over to my associate, Ms. Deborah Barr. Deb, go ahead and introduce yourself and take it over from here.
Can everyone hear me, hopefully? Again, my name is Deborah Barr, and good evening, Mrs. Mayor, City Council members, and the general public. Thank you again for having us here this evening. I am the city senior engineering manager here at Harrison Associates and here to assist the city of Soledad. So I'll provide you a little bit of the background that Leon was just mentioning. We have various transportation networks throughout California. So I just wanted to point out this consists of our streets, our highways, the railways, airports, seaports, our bike routes, and pedestrian pathways. And with that, due to all of that infrastructure, it requires us to complete construction, have operation and maintenance responsibilities. And in order to maintain those, we look to have various grant funding sources and availability out there. So next slide, Leon. And to point out where integration of our local government and then the supporting transportation agencies that we have at our assistance here in the city of Soledad is our local government authority. We have about 482 incorporated cities and 58 counties within California. You might be wondering why I'm making a point of that. Is they all also have roads, streets, and various land uses within their jurisdictional boundary that they too need to manage and maintain. And therefore, when you're trying to go and put together projects and we want to be able to use these different funding sources that are available to us, it becomes a very competitive process. And so it's very important for us at the local Regency agency side is to make sure that we prioritize our projects and make sure that they are being vetted and acknowledged in our regional plans and with those agencies that other cities are also working with in our area. And so I wanted to point out that the local and regional transportation agencies that are here to assist the city of Soledad is the California Department of Transportation, which you hear is Caltrans, and we are located in District 5. We also have our transportation agency for Monterey, which nicknamed as TAMC. They are a state designated transportation planning agency. And we also have AMBAG, which is our Association of Monterey Bay Governments, which is a regional planning agency. Next slide, please. So within our transportation network, and a quick funding overview, our funding that we can usually have support various projects vary from regional and local government, which covers usually about 50%. We also have state and federal government funding sources that can vary between 25% for each of those as well. This is, again, a very broad general perspective of where funding sources and the amount that can help cities and the agencies. And then when we look at our local government, again, as I mentioned previously, is that we look to nominate projects that are part of oversight bodies and included in various plans. Once they can get acknowledged in either regional transportation plans or safety plans, this further supports the efforts as you go for these transportation grants that are available. And we want to be able to look and collaborate with those different oversight bodies, which again, TAMC, Caltrans, we want to be able to work with those different agencies and show them the need of our project. Next slide. So I'm going to leave this back to Leon to go into a couple of the projects that we are working with you all here locally and to give you a quick summary of those.
Next 3 slides will be focused on near-term and further out projects or planning efforts that we're realizing. First one is the Highway Safety Improvement Program, HSIP Cycle 10. The scope of work for this project is to install a number of pedestrian safety improvements at 5 intersections near schools throughout the city of Soledad. Those safety measures include curb extensions, high visibility crosswalks, enhanced crosswalk signage and pavement markings, rectangular rapid flashing beacons, and stop signs. Now, the current scope of work, based on available funding, is to install safety improvements at Market Street, Benito Street, Main Street, North Street, with an additional alternative at West Street, Anderson Street. So that's 3 out of the 5. And there's a reason for that. That's based on the available funding and the city's finances. The remaining 2 intersections, Gallivan Drive, Vista de Soledad, and West Street, Entrada, will be submitted for future ATP grant funding. And we'll show that in a subsequent slide. The funding award for this project is $250,000 for the construction phase. We've got a brief timeline overview here, which shows 100% plans, specifications, and estimates being completed this month. Allocation request due to Caltrans next month in March, bid in April, submit a scope change to Caltrans, and construction in the May through June 2024 period. Similar to cycle 10 is cycle 11. Scope of work here is again pedestrian safety improvements near MST transit bus stops, which include the same measures under 10 with the exception of bike boxes, some medium refuge islands, and some additional pavement. The funding award here is significantly higher. $777,000 were awarded, $137,000 allocated to the preliminary engineering or PE phase, $640,000 allocated for the construction phase. The total estimated project cost is around $863K, leaving a remaining balance of about $86,000. Timeline on this one is PSNE plans Q4 of this year, bidding in Q1 of next year, construction in Q2. And as Don mentioned a few minutes ago, we also have the West Street Road Diet and Complete Street project. Scope of work there is to implement a road diet from Gavilan Drive down to Front Street and to reduce the number of vehicle travel lanes from 4 to 2 to support traffic calming, 2-way left turn lanes, bike lane buffers, again, rapid flashing beacon devices, pedestrian islands, signage and striping. As Don mentioned, the city was awarded about $2.75 million. The estimated project cost is about 2.9, and the funding source is the RSTP, or Regional Surface Transportation Program, competitive grant program. And the timeline is to be determined. Grant funding efforts, and this is going to be, Deb's going to take over here in a second, but this is the really exciting part of the presentation where we all show you citywide how transformative a lot of these transportation projects and programs are when they come together holistically and across the entire city. So Deb, I'll turn it over to you to talk about ATP Cycle 7.
Sounds good. So again, like Leon said, this is a very exciting project. We're excited to be able to share this with you today of what we're looking to be moving forward with. So again, this is the active transportation project for Cycle 7 for 2025. The scope of work includes the corridor improvements, work, complete streets. And when we mention complete streets, this is so it is safe to all vehicle modes of travel. It's not just for the vehicular traffic themselves, but our school-age children, those that are riding their bicycles, getting to and from work in all modes. And so when we look at complete streets, it's very important for us to look at the safety holistically. And we'll look at various intersection improvements, consider roundabouts, and the different pedestrian improvements throughout the city. And with this program and this particular project, we're looking to go for a large grant and submit it as, which is considered to be over a $10 million project. To date, we have completed successful outreach. We've had walking audits and surveys for the safe routes to school. We've had community and public outreach through the local road safety plan. This is a very strong application that we're looking to submit. It also supports the disadvantaged community areas. We're looking to propose a very transformative improvements with creative solutions. And as Leon had mentioned above, the various projects, we're looking to submit this as one overarching project where we're going to combine the multiple projects that are in place today from the HSIP Cycle 10, the West Street Road Diet, the Front Street Maintenance Improvement Project, and then also additional identified ATP improvements to make this one big holistic approach for the city. And we, again, are in a very good position to be awarded. TAMSI, as we mentioned, and Caltrans, we met them in the field. And so as you see in this timeline here that we have noted, we had community outreach with the Safe Routes to School back in fall of 22. We, myself, Dawn and Leon all were in the field with CTC and the TAMSI staff to review this project and to get some of their feedback on how we can become more competitive. And this application is due June 17th. We have all of our scheduled milestones already in place, and we're looking that we would be awarded in December of 2024 of this year and to be allocated in Q1 of 2025. So you can go next slide. So this is a quick exhibit to show you the various projects that we're talking about. One that's in a bluish purple in color, that is the Front Street Road improvements. The one in the pink is the West Street improvement project. And that is in green, and those streets, it would be what would be added into the ATP overarching project. You'll see the little red-ish circles. Those are areas that we're considering potential roundabouts. We have signal lights noted because we'd be looking at doing various traffic signal improvements to add things such as audibles, as we'll call it, in the transportation side to make it more friendly for those that are visually impaired. And we also have the HSIP 10 intersections that Leon had mentioned also allocated in this picture. And again, there's a quick exhibit and photo that you see of a roundabout and some of the crossing in the local area. So next slide, Leon. Quick, again, the additional transportation funding sources. I just want to point out that these funding sources are constantly changing on an annual basis. And they range from gas tax, which Dawn had mentioned earlier, to specific project funding sources. And it is challenging, but we do stay current on them, and we're continually looking to follow these grant opportunities to help the city of Soledad in the various projects that we have slated as priority. And so next slide. And so in summary, I wanted to circle back on the grant funding sources, and these start with the development of the federal, state, and regional agencies. Our local governments are then able to pursue these opportunities as they align with the grant goals. And we promote these projects that align and are in alignment with the regional priorities within the Monterey County. And we're looking again to combine the overarching project so we can make the grant application for the ATP process be much more competitive. And I think we really are at the end. If you want to go to the last slide, it's just questions. I'm available to answer any questions you may have, as well as Leon and Dawn. So thank you again.
You. Yes, thank you, Deborah and Leon. Again, this presentation was on both B1 and B2. So council, if you have any questions on either one of those items, here's an opportunity for us to ask those. Shall we go ahead and start with the mayor on Zoom so I don't forget her?
I will be presenting separately on each item after questions on it.
Okay, excellent. Okay, thank you so much. Any questions at this time on the presentation?
No.
No?
Oh,
Mayor's still out there? There she is.
yeah. So I have some questions, but I just didn't hear the last part, what Dawn said. So I know the presentation encompassed both item B1 and B2. So are we making comments on both, correct?
Well, at this present time, Dawn's gonna step up and then do a presentation on those items individually.
Yeah, so what we just presented was general information that applies to both item B1 and B2. Once we have questions on the general overall safety programs, then I'll specifically present the contracts in B1 and B2.
Great,
got it. Okay, thank you. So I do then, thank you. So I do have just so thank you again. This is really exciting for the city of Soledad. And I know obviously infrastructure and road improvements are a big concern for our community. So I'm glad to see this. I do have, this is a comment and how we can put this together. And then I do have a question, but I would like to see, because there's so many funding sources that come from the state and federal, if we can have like a matrix that has for the safety improvement projects, the different funding sources and the timeline, the completion timeline. I think that makes it, just for clarity and transparency, a little bit easier to digest, because there is so many different projects going on in different timelines and also with different funding sources. So if we can have something like that, I think that would be really critical, also for the full understanding of our residents in terms of how these projects are going to be funded and the completion. And then on the projects and the funding sources, so I'm the representative for AMBAG, and on the AMBAG Board of Directors, on the 14th, we did talk about the AMBAG Complete Streets grant funding. So one is, are we going to also ensure that we submit for funding under the Complete Streets as part of the AMBAG proposal that's going to be going out for solicitations? And then also, do you anticipate, obviously, we now know that there's an increased deficit at the state level for the budget for some of these projects that are already maybe received funding, but also for the ones that you're looking at receiving funding, any impacts in terms of the budget, the state budget deficit impacting those programs? And I think it's important for the council to understand if any of those programs will be impacted, as we have an opportunity, each of us, when we meet with our legislators, to be able to advocate for those funding sources, understanding how critical those funding sources are for the completion of the various projects that were presented tonight.
That will respond to the first concern, no, okay, fair. Ms. Mayor, with respect to the first question you had, actually, we do have an Engineering Public Works, a transportation funding spreadsheet matrix that we've developed that identifies the various transportation funding programs, the amounts, the requirements of the program, reporting requirements, what the either annual or monthly apportionments that the city of Soledad receives, and then what projects are, at least at this point in time, identified to receive funding from those programs. It is a matrix that has to be continually updated, because as Deb and Don have mentioned, these programs are continually evolving, sometimes changing, and the amounts that the city has received or expended in a given year may change. So we do have that in the background that helps support not only the decisions that we make at the Engineering Public Works Department level, but also the CIP process and putting projects together and what receives funding from what program, and to make sure that they're in alignment with those program goals and requirements. With respect to the funding programs and whether budget deficits may or may not impact them, yeah, that's a reality, and that's part of tracking, I think, sources of those funding opportunities and making sure that we have them. I can tell you that in my own experience, I'm dealing with a water board grant right now that potentially may be impacted by state funding cuts, but that hasn't been secured yet. So right now, as far as we know, we're getting that funding, the funding that we requested. And then there was another item with respect to, the AMBAG Complete Streets. That's part of our evaluation. Megan and I had a brief discussion about that last week. I think it was last week, Megan. We brought it to our attention as well, and we will certainly evaluate the AMBAG opportunity as well. I was at the TAMC TAC meeting along with Dawn, I think in January or December, Dawn, when AMBAG presented the regional complete street guidelines, if you recall. I think that was in January, December. So it is on our radar and something that we will definitely look into. Deb, I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that.
No, I think you pretty much summarized that up. I was just going to say, yes, we are aware of the various sources out there. I have yet to seen anything be pulled or affected, but again, that is unfortunately some of the future we could be facing. But at this time, all the funding that we have mentioned that has been allocated is still in play.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Leon, and thank you, Deborah. And if I can get a copy of the matrix, that would be great. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? If not, we'll move on to thank Leon and Deborah, and move on to Don's presentation.
Okay, so we covered a lot of this in the presentation. And the HSIP Cycle 10, $250,000 pass-through grant funding requires design for the projects that Leo mentioned that we're going to be looking at. There were 6 projects. 5 projects: Market and Benito, Main and North, Gavilan and Vista de Soledad, West Street and Anderson, West Street and Entrada. We're not going to be able to get too far with $250,000 on those 5 projects, unless it's pavement markings and signs. But what we need is design to meet the MUT manual on uniform traffic control devices, specific designs for the traffic safety measures we want to look at there and estimate it and then contract it out. So we need a design firm to prepare plans and specs and estimates so we can bid these projects out. They will also help us with value engineering down to the $250,000 as close as we can so that we don't have to use our other maintenance funds for this project. So staff, based on availability, rotation, Harris is local. They've been helping us with street safety projects and programs for years. Asked them to submit a proposal for design and professional services associated with putting a bid package together to get these street safety projects out. Their proposal in the amount of $36,000, staff reviewed it and recommend approval.
All right.
Yeah, answer
Thank
any
you,
questions.
and that's on B1.
That's on B1.
So, council, we'll take it out to Zoom if council has any, or well, I'll take it out to Zoom first, see if there's any questions from the public. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. Council, any questions, comments? Seeing none in the chambers, take it back out to the mayor. Any question or comment?
No, I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you.
All right, you got it. With that then, I have no questions or comments. We'll entertain a motion to approve resolution 6050.
Are we doing both at the same time?
No, just B1 right
Okay,
now.
one at a time? Yeah. So moved.
Got a motion and a second by Councilmember Corlejo. Roll call?
Mayor Velasquez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Dan Junior,
Yes.
Councilmember Maria Corlejo,
Yes.
Councilmember Fernando Padilla.
Yes.
The resolution motion passes. Moving on to item B2, resolution 6051.
Okay, thanks again, Vice Mayor and Council. This one is a project, the exciting project we mentioned in the presentation. I don't remember if I've ever been approached by a planning agency to say, we want to help you write a grant. It's kind of, I don't know, maybe that's part of TAMC's job, but I haven't heard that they do that before, so that was exciting. And then when you hear the, large project, take all of the safety projects that we've been thinking about that are unfunded, but package them up and apply for a state grant to do them all at once, that would be fantastic. So once again, now TAMC is going to write the grant, but they do need technical assistance. So the assistance, I'm not going to read it, but it's listed in the review analysis, verifications of right-of-way, all sort of design concepts, estimates, and then actual design to support the grant. So it sounds like a lot of money, $36,000, but when you're going for a $10 million grant, there is a lot of details. The packet is going to be thick. So again, staff recommends Harris. They are experienced with this. They've been working on the traffic safety programs with us for years. And we recommend approval of this contract with Harris for the ATP Cycle 7 grant in the amount of $36,175.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and take it out to the public in Zoom. Anybody out there? Seeing none. Chambers, anybody in the chamber like any questions, comment? If not, then bring it back to the council. We'll go ahead and start with Councilmember Corlejo.
I have no questions, just, my only comment is I'm excited to see, to see all these improvements, being up for consideration and to have, TAMC's help in writing the grants, I think is great.
Very exciting.
Councilman Cabrera?
No, just thank you. It's that we're finally gonna see the things happening right around here, right?
More so.
Yeah.
Mayor?
Yeah, thank
Any
you.
comment?
Yeah, thank you as well, and thank you to Tamsi also for supporting this and you know, supporting this and requesting to support the city in these efforts. I don't have a question on the specific item. I do just want for clarification to our public, if we can just explain the procurement process for professional services. I know we've used Harris a lot, and you know, nothing against Harris, they do such a great job, and I know they know our community, but I just want to make sure, just for clarification to our community about procurement process that we need to follow for the professional services agreement portion to make sure that we are being open in terms of our competitive process.
Okay, so for consulting services procurement, the city every couple of years puts out a request for proposals for on-call engineering services from preferably local firms, but since we only have the one local one here in the area, so from the Bay Area to the San Luis Obispo area. That request for proposals is for qualifications based only, nothing to do with cost. We want the qualified engineers to be working on our projects, and that's the standard nowadays. Once we review the proposals submitted, then we select a number, bring them to council and recommend they be on our on-call list. So as a project comes up, we take a look at, we start with the local firms, and Harris is the most local firm, to find out if they're best qualified or available. Nowadays, availability is the big thing. We call consultants and they say, I would love to do that. I don't have the staff for either the design or the project management. So a combination of criteria go in. They're all qualified on their on-call list for all our projects. So we select based on rotation and availability. As you noticed, the last two presented were Harris, but the three on the consent item were Wallace, M&S, maybe Cannon. So we do rotate within the available consulting firms in the area as well. Be happy to answer any questions on that.
All right.
People do ask, well, don't you get bids from consultants? We don't, because like in space shuttles and things like that, you really don't want your lowest bid doing your project or designing your project. We absolutely do that for the construction part, but for consultant proposals, their hourly rates are all about the same. The level of effort's about the same. So we're going to go on qualifications, not so much on price.
Thank you, Doc, for clarifying
One
that.
last comment, they're all time and materials based contracts based on level of effort. We don't do any lump sum, so they can't say, I'll do it for 25,000, then it only takes them a week. We pay for the hours expended.
Thank you. I forgot the chamber. Anybody in the chamber have any questions? If not, I don't have any questions, but I'd like to say thank you. The possibility, again, the safety is definitely needed, and the possibility to get $10 million to do some road improvement is outstanding, and that's kind of the proactive approach that we want to take to begin with, and to flag these projects to potentially bring in that money to make our roads better and for everyone. So
a little anxiety filling out this application.
All right, so at this time, we'll entertain a motion, resolution 6051 for consulting services.
I make a motion to approve.
Got a motion by the mayor,
Second.
second by Councilmember Corlejo. Roll call.
Councilmember Velasquez,
Aye.
Pro Tem Ben Jimenez Junior,
Yes.
Councilmember Maria Corlejo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernando Cabrera.
Yes.
Motion passes. All right.
Thank you, council. Thank you, Deb and Leon from Harris.
Yes, thank you all. Yeah. All right, moving on to business item number 3, a resolution 6048, Soledad declaring city-owned property at the corner of Front Street and the off-ramp of Highway 146 as surplus land, authorizing city manager to proceed with the Surplus Land Act process.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor, Council. So this item is being presented to you tonight in consideration for a notice of availability under the Surplus Lands Act. The specific property being presented is located in front of the Santa Elena Mobile Home Park. It's roughly around 1.3 acres, and it's adjacent to private property that is currently owned presumably by the Morrisoli family. A private developer has reached out to the city in a potential economic development opportunity that will be including or presumes to include both of those properties. But before any negotiations move forward, the city does have to go through a Surplus Lands Act procedure and dispose of that appropriately through HCD guidelines and go through the HCD guidelines. As mentioned, that is the adjacent property is 2 acres, and then the city property is 1.3 acres, so the project could consist of around 3 acres itself. Property the city owns was acquired around 2010 when Caltrans began the relinquishment project with the construction of Highway 146 on the on-ramp to southbound 101. Currently, the city does not have plans for redevelopment on the site. It is zoned highway commercial, and it's also part within our downtown specific plan, and specifically the gateway zone, which comprises of uses such as highway-oriented land use activities, such as retail, restaurants, grocery, bakeries, and so on. So it is already serving and zoned appropriately for highway commercial uses. The property, as shown in Exhibit A in attached staff report, it is constrained with the narrow lot configuration. And as mentioned, they would have to work with the private property owner to expand and create their project. But again, we cannot proceed with any other further negotiations until we've disposed this property appropriately through HCD Surplus Lands Act guidelines. We prepared a notice of availability attached in the staff report. If approved by council, we would send this out to the approved list of affordable housing developers that HCD has on their website. We do have 60 days to receive a response, and if we do have to negotiate in good faith for 90 days. Of course, the city can deny any negotiations, but we still have to provide that as a requirement through HCD. If no party expresses interest on the property, the city will continue the disposition and go through the procedure for HCD guidelines. In case we go through the disposition, any sale or lease would have to come forward to council for final approval, review and consideration. This project or this item is found to be exempt by CEQA through CEQA guidelines 15378. And at this time, there's no financial consideration to be proposed. If you have any questions on the project, I'm more than happy to answer.
All right, thank you for that presentation. At this time, we'll go ahead and open it up to the public in the chamber. If you have any questions. Seeing that there are no questions, we'll take it out to Zoom, seeing if there's any questions from the public.
I see none.
If not, then we'll bring it back to the council, and council, if you have any questions or comments, start with the mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't have any questions. Just a comment. Obviously, as was stated in the report, and thank you, Ariana, for clarifying this. This is part, obviously, of a statutory requirement that the city needs to undertake as part of the Surplus Land Act. If there's we have to go through that process of notification, and that applies to all the cities and just standard process. So just to clarify for our residents why we're doing this. So thank you.
Councilman Cabrera.
We're just processing, right? Kind of given the authority to go through that.
Correct.
Yeah, no, I'm okay. Yeah, right.
Councilman Coronado.
Yes, I have a comment, and I think I'm gonna go way off, but I'll try to keep it short. I know for me, when I was looking at the map, attachment A, and I'm looking at the shape, and I'm very familiar with that area. I think we all are, right? We all travel through there. It's such an odd shaped piece of land, and for me, I am a huge I guess, advocate and lover of animals. And to me, I'm thinking I would love to see, some kind of, and maybe this is not the right, spot, but I would love to see like an animal holding facility I see almost daily, I think, various animals, whether they're feral cats or lost dogs, or unfortunately sometimes dumped animals that are just roaming the streets. And sometimes, you know, it's obviously it's sad for those of us that love animals. But it's also dangerous. At times we have seen where, you know, stray pack of dogs have attacked another dog or a person or not. So to me, honestly, when I saw this, that's the first thing that came to my mind, was that would be great to make that an animal holding facility, maybe a spot where we could have cages, because I know sometimes people want cages to trap cats, or, you know, also to hold immunization clinics instead of having nonprofits looking for a spot. I know back in the day before COVID, we used to have an event at the city where we could get our pets immunized, and then at the same time we would get our pet license, our dog license. It was like all in one spot. Sometimes it would get a little bit crazy because you had dogs with different temperaments and they're standing in line for a while. But you know, I just thought that, again, that's what came to my mind when I saw that, and I'm hoping that that's something that's as a city that we can pursue, maybe grants, you know, when it comes to that, because I think it is an important part. Our dogs, our animals, our pets depend on us to take care of them and protect them. So that's my comment.
All right, thank you.
Through the chair, I think that's something we could look into. The reason why we're moving forward with this on this particular property is this property sort of hugs this other private parcel. So ideally, a developer would negotiate both. It may be a little bit more challenging because we also have to consider the property that it hugs. And so we thought it would be kind of better if the city kind of let this property, you know, go forward through this notice of availability to a private. But I think that's a very good thing for us to consider and see in the future, because I know a lot of folks have brought that up to our attention.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, for myself, I know we're moving forward with I think the prudent thing to do is to move forward with that property itself. I know there was a couple of different commercial developments were considered about going in there. So I think it would be prudent of us to do that. So therefore we can consider everything involved and see where we are as far as our negotiations abilities with that. So with that said, I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, yes.
can I just make a final comment on this?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that. And Megan, just to clarify, I know that what's presented for us here tonight is not on development options on the property, but just to clarify, it really is more of, in order for us to actually entertain any future development on this, we have to undertake this requirement that is part of state law, where we need to do this notice to be able, under the Surplus Land Act, right? Whatever other discussions will come back to the council, but for tonight, this is our discussion, is making sure we go through the process for any future development of this site.
Yeah, exactly. We can't have those negotiations until we determine if there's any housing developers who would seek to move forward with this project.
All right, hopefully that answers your questions or your statement, which is, yeah, we're gonna surplus it before we can go on to any kind of, or move in the process of it. So if we can get a motion to, or I'll make a motion for resolution number 6048, going ahead and declaring a property there on corner of Front Street and the off ramp of Highway 146 as surplus land.
Second.
Got a second by Councilmember Cabrera. Roll call.
Mayor Alan Velasquez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ben Jimenez Jr.,
Yes.
Councilmember Maria Corlejo,
Yes.
Councilmember Fernando Cabrera.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, moving on to business item number 4, resolution 6052, consider an adoption for ratifying a proclamation of existence of a local emergency due to the winter storm
Sorry, yeah. I'll
Didn't mean to
take
wait.
that. No, I think you said 64, I thought, when you called it the title of the red.
Oh, so did I say 64 or 60,
Yeah,
52?
52.
Okay, all right.
I'm kind of zeroing things out there. So this is somewhat of a deja vu item because we went through the same process back in January of 2023. But basically on February 4th of 2024, the Monterey County Administrative Officer issued a proclamation of local emergency in Monterey County due to the impacts associated with the atmospheric storm. The impacts included heavy rain, strong winds, mudslide, coastal flooding in Monterey County. The city had already incurred some property damage. We lost the police evidence trailer as a result of the heavy rains that caused the roof of the trailer to collapse. We also incurred costs for additional expenses and having our public works folks run around and make sure that everything was copacetic in the city and prepared for the heavy rain and potential flooding. So we also were alerted of the fact that another storm related in some respects to the same atmospheric river was going to be coming in February 14th to 21st, and that we had the potential to incur additional similar conditions and similar costs associated with those. So on February 14th of 2024, the city manager, acting in her role as the Soledad Emergency Service Director, declared the existence of a local emergency. The declaration of this type helps to facilitate and coordinate funding that may become available from the feds, from the state, from the county to offset the expenses that are incurred by cities when they have these kinds of damages and so forth associated with the storms. The proclamation pursuant to our own code, as well as the law, has to be ratified by the city council within 7 days of issuance in order to remain in full force and effect. And so that's why this item is before you. The resolution before you will ratify will have the council ratify the proclamation that was issued by Megan. And then that will be good for 60 days. And we'll see whether or not we have any additional storm-related damages. Sometimes it take a little while to show up and so forth, but if at the end of that period, we don't have any further need to keep this proclamation open, we can close it and say that there's no longer an emergency. But sometimes the funding sources require you to keep the proclamation in place until such time that the funding becomes available. So your action tonight will basically pave the way for the city to be able to coordinate with other entities and possible funding sources to offset any of the expenses incurred as a result of these storms.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Gonna take it out to the public. Are there any questions within the chamber? Anybody have any questions? Take it out to Zoom. Any questions in the public out in Zoom? If not, then we'll bring it back to the council. We'll start with Councilmember Correjo. Any questions regarding getting reimbursed for any damage and stuff as a result of the weather to possibly feds and state?
No question.
Great.
No
Councilmember
questions.
Pedro? Mayor, any questions?
Yeah, my only comment is, Megan, is this also gonna include, the cost or the damages associated to San Vicente Road? I saw that as part of the Public Works report. And I believe it was also based on some of the storm damage. So, I hope it includes that as well. And then at a later time, I would really like to get more of an update on how we bring a solution to that specific, flooding that occurs year after year when we see these heavy rains during that San Vicente corridor from the back, coming in from the back of San Vicente and the damage that it has caused throughout the years.
Through the chair. So we are looking at that. We are in discussions about a possible solution. It also may tie into Miramonte, which we're also coordinating with. And I don't know that we have had damage per se, but we will look into that. But it will definitely cover the time that Public Works did a tremendous job keeping the storm drains clean, and they did go out to San Vicente and they did clean it up a few times. So it will definitely be used to cover those salaries. But we will double check to make sure that there were no damages. Other Public Works is out there inventorying and just making sure.
All right, is that all your questions?
Yes, thank you.
All right, myself, I don't have any questions at this time. Any other comments? If not, then we'll go ahead and entertain a, motion.
So
I have a motion. by
Second.
Cabrera. Corlejo, second. You're a little bit late on that one, Mayor. Roll call?
Mayor Ana Velazquez,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ben Jimenez Junior,
Yes.
Councilmember Maria Corlejo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernando Cabrera.
yes.
All right, motion passes. Move forward with that. Business item number 5. I'm gonna go ahead and appointment of the Mayor Pro Tem, Tempor. We'll turn it over to the city manager. Or anyone. You got it? You got it?
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize. It was brought to my attention that, we didn't, follow our normal cycle. The mayor pro, tem, which, I think was established in 2021, serves annually. And usually the rotation, occurs in December. And I think given all of the things that were going on, I think it just slipped our minds. So, I was reminded that, we were supposed to make that rotation. We put it, last on the agenda, only because, when it was brought to my attention, we had already, structured the whole agenda. And so, we had all of the, numbers, resolution numbers and everything, established. So changing it was a little, challenging at that time. So that's why it's the 5th item. And, based on the rotation schedule, the council seat that, Councilmember Corlejo, serves in would have been the next council seat up, because we do have a vacancy. Actually, I take that back. The next rotation would have been, Alejandro Chavez's seat, but because, that seat is vacant, we would move on to the next council seat, which is the one that's, filled by, Councilmember Corlejo. So, it's my recommendation, that we move forward. I think, and maybe future procedures. I know we're having a meeting of the subcommittee, which is, comprised of the mayor and Councilmember Corlejo. We can kind of discuss to make these a little bit, more routine, and make sure that we are, as staff, on our toes about making sure that these kind of, changes over just go, easily. So I do apologize, and, I'm suggesting that, we make the seat, immediately effective so that we could transition at at this point in the agenda. If council would entertain that, change.
Sounds good to me. So then it was December, so I'm owed some overtime, or what's going on? I got some
Yeah.
fake, otherwise, no, but that's in the rotational system that we have. And then after that, so for the public to know that it's an annual rotation. So I was up in December and I, kept calling and saying, hey, I'm up, get me out. And, so we finally rotated. That means, Councilmember Cabrera will be next after Corlejo. So it's with, pleasure that we go ahead and do that rotation. Do we need a motion?
I have a question, and
Sure.
just for clarification, I think that we all talk about this, and it's the natural progression. But it's we're gonna have somebody else next month in about 3 weeks.
Right.
So that person is gonna occupy the position that was supposed to be in that rotation. So does that mean that that person will not be part of that until, what, 2-3 years?
Yeah, my understanding that they fall to the bottom.
Yeah.
Because it'd be the least senior.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
on seniority.
so the people understand that it is not against anybody, it's
Oh,
just
right.
the progression that we have. And Councilmember Corlejo is the actual next person to
Yeah.
in that list, yeah.
Exactly.
Mhm.
It's based on seniority, so,
Because we are present, that person
yeah, exactly.
is
Correct.
coming, but we don't.
Right, and this should happen in December.
Yes.
And usually you wouldn't want to turn over the mayor pro tem's position to somebody who would just come in.
Yeah, recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Any questions? Mayor, any questions?
Yeah, I do. So, I mean, not questions, but I do have a comment, and I
Sure.
know I had mentioned this to Megan as well, is I know that the policies don't reflect that change, the policies we have on our website, and although I know that we've been waiting for, you know, an overhaul on our policy and procedures, I really think for clarity and transparency purposes, that there should be an addendum to, or whatever we want to call it, to the policy, so that way it's really clear to our public as well. Because this was, you know, the rotation portion didn't exist until I came on as mayor in 2020. And then that was approved by the council in 2020 to be implemented in 2021. And so, you know, it's important because it can fall off. If new council members come on, they see the policies, they don't see that addendum, then they also don't know what the requirements are. And in this case, since we did have a council member that left in the middle of their term, then to also, when we look at the policy, is also to clarify if a council member, if this happens again, right, how are we going to handle it? Just so it could be really clear and transparent to our council, but also more so to our public. So I know we're working on something, Megan, but I really want to make sure that that's posted on our website because that was approved back in 2020.
Yes, we're working.
That guy's on AM today.
Oh, so, staff is informing me that they did post it today at 11. So they're faster, they're pretty quick, and we will make sure that it's, clarified as we work through the procedures too.
Yeah, I also have a comment as well, and that should have been done. Staff should have been, that should have been done. And we had the same situation when we came into appointment of the committees. We gave direction and, you know, we need to do a better job of that. And also with the understanding from the public, there's no intent to, you know, be less than transparent with the public of what's going on. But also we were in a transition, right? From one city manager to a temporary city manager to new city manager. So I don't think there's anyone at fault. It was brought to attention moving forward. So now we're at this spot. So with that said, I would like to make a motion that we go ahead and do the rotation and appoint council member Bordejo to the mayor pro tem.
Second motion.
Motion and a second. Roll call.
Mayor Ana Velasquez,
Aye.
Councilmember Ben Jimenez Jr.,
Yes.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Maria Esparza,
Yes.
Member Fernando Campos.
Yes.
So Pat, congratulations.
We're passing.
So we're gonna switch sheets now to get on there, right? Or we're gonna wait till later. Okay.
Good. So
Yeah, Mary, you
Mayor
have
Pro
some?
Tem,
Go ahead. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
have a quick question, just clarification, and I think it's to our attorney. Mike, do we even need a motion? I mean, if it's in policy and we already approved that this is the rotation, is there a motion that's needed for this?
Yeah, you
Just
know,
for future.
traditionally, we have always done that, yes.
Okay.
Even though we have the policy, even though it's clear what it has, it sort of represents the will of the council, so we traditionally always had that. Then maybe that is one of those things that we can, fix when, we do the overhaul of the rules, that it would just be automatic occurring in December. We would announce that there was gonna be that transition.
I think, through the chair, I
Yeah, go ahead.
wanted to also say, I think it's good also to bring it, and have it on the agenda because it, you know, it's more, you know, for our public so that there could be transparency. And also to give them an opportunity in case that they want to, give any comments or whatnot. So I think it's good to have it on the agenda.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I wasn't saying not to have it on the agenda. I was just saying, do we need a motion? Because it's already approved, so we can have it on the agenda, but not necessarily a motion, just more for information.
We could do that. It's just kind of a funny thing to have it on the agenda just for purposes of letting everybody know that we're gonna follow our own policy. But again, that's one of those issues I think that we can discuss when we're looking at the rules and maybe trying to figure out a smoother way to have this happen. I mean, I think that was the intent when you folks adopted this back in 2020, was to have a smooth, easy automatic rotation and so forth. And so to have something truly smooth and automatic, you're correct. We wouldn't necessarily have to have a vote, but I think that we have just done that just to sort of confirm that we're following the policy and this is what the policy dictates.
All right, moving forward, we're gonna go move in, if everybody's done, come in. All right, we'll move into the reports, council reports. We'll start with mayor. Announcements and reports.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. On February the 8th, I know we didn't do a lot of the reports last time, but just gonna go through these really quickly. I did attend a LAFCO meeting. It was a closed session meeting. We're discussing still the existing litigation between Monterey Peninsula Water Management District and LAFCO. There was a press release that was filed, a press release that came out on February 9th, with LAFCO filing, an appeal in the case of Monterey Peninsula Water Management District versus LAFCO under the Superior Court. So wanted to notify you of that. And then on February 9th, I attended the Monterey County Safe and Healthy School and Community Breakfast. And this featured our Soledad NJROTC cadets, which are amazing. They discussed during the presentation some data in regards to bullying in schools. They issued various leadership awards, and I just want to congratulate Dr. Close and Dr. Grover, who received the leadership award for the Prescribed Safe program. And as many of you know, they do a lot of work regarding opioid overdose and have been really instrumental in making sure that our community has been aware of all of the resources available and also the Narcan available. And just on that note, we will have in Soledad, there will be an event on Sunday at Soledad High School where Narcan will be distributed. And I want to say thank you to Sun Street Centers and to our Soledad Police Department and all the South County cities that have been part of that. And then on the 9th, I also attended a community listening session with COPA at the Methodist Church. These were local residents that talked about affordable housing, lack of job opportunities, childcare, healthcare, and also issues with immigration. On the 12th of February, I attended the MST Board of Directors meeting. Just highlights, recognizing, you know, it's always a recognition of our local coach operators. They reappointed the Measure Q Oversight Committee members, Sid Williams and Kevin Dayton, to a 3-year term. And then we received the progress updates on the SURF project, the SURF busway and rapid transit. And then there was a future item that will come back to the board discussion in terms of inactive bus stop removal policies for cities. I know we had an inactive bus stop on one of our streets, so that'll come back to the board. And before it comes back to the board for approval, the MST will have a discussion with the cities. And then on the 14th, we had a meeting with Supervisor Lopez, the city managers, and the South County mayors. There was a lot of information that was given. I mean, he talked about the career of last resort, which is the AT&T that's looking to abandon, they're working with the CPUC, but to abandon the sections of certain emergency services. They talked about the Narcan distribution event also for February 25th. We talked about the storm that was coming and the declaration. The county also declared a state of emergency as well as we did. And then we also talked about resources for families of violent crimes. Obviously, as we know, we had 2 deaths in the 2 murders in the city of Soledad of 2 young men, and talking about some support services that are available to the families when such a crime happens. Megan was there also, and she talked about the cost of the 911 services, how that has gone up and really impacting a lot of our South County cities and our budget. So there'll be a future discussion on that as well as we continue to meet with the mayors and the supervisor. And also there was a discussion regarding Prop 47 and just some of the impacts in terms of law enforcement. So there is a lot of information, and right now through the legislature, there is a lot of bills that are going through to address Prop 47. So I just want to make sure that the council is aware of that, since we've seen that impact in our community as well. And then on the 14th, I attended the AMVAC Board of Directors meeting. On this one, as I stated earlier, they provided an overview of the AMVAC's draft complete streets policy. And then also we approved the annual comprehensive financial report. The complete streets policy, it has been released for public comment and review until March 15th when it closes. And then it'll come back to the board for adoption in May. And today I attended the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers. Just, really quick in terms of items that they discussed that are pertinent to us is, there was the HUD funding under the HAP, and I know that as we're dealing more with the homelessness and trying to gather more funding for the city, it's important, for us to be aware of some of the funding sources. For round 4, the COC received 3.1 million of those. They've been allocated already to obligated to King City for the Monarch Inn project, 50,000, to CSUMB for Chet, 255,000. Administrative costs 223, and then the governance of the COC received 159, and then the cars and HMIS received 255. So if anyone wants additional information, let me know. They are currently conducting an overhaul of the focus group, so they're having meetings in different areas and really wanting to target people with lived experiences to get more insights. And then we did have the point in time count that happened throughout Monterey County. They stated that there was over 200 volunteers. That was their goal. They met their goal. The final numbers are still being worked on, and they hope to have those released by June of 2024. And the only other highlight or just announcement is Interim Inc. now is providing resources to the city of Soledad, and they actually have an office, so they will be having an open house February 28th, and I think all of the council has been invited at 11 a.m., which is really important because they provide a lot of the services to homeless, mental health, to various populations. So thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That's all I have.
Thank you. I'll do mine real quick. Attended the Silicon Valley Waste Authority in addition to T-Mobile opening. And then real quick, Chief, for clarification, the murders that occurred, those are 2 Soledad residents. However, it was out in the county, not in the city.
I think she was probably referring to the ones on 8th Street.
The 8th Street.
Or so ago, yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Councilman Bordello, or excuse me, Bordello?
None. Okay, so I missed Soledad Historical Society this last week. I've been having a little bit of problems because it conflicts with the Citizen Advisory Committee. The Citizen Advisory Committee is every other month, but it's on the same date at the same time, the Historical Society. So I was wondering if I could have somebody to attend that month, so that we can have somebody attending 1 month and I can attend the next month.
Good question. It was somebody.
Yeah, because I cannot go to the same.
So did we?
For clarification, hold on real quick. Clarification is that, so we got an appointment on the CAC because before we were all alternates, which was you're the appointment to the CAC, and no one else attends from the city, do they?
CAC, I was
an alternate, but they put you on.
I was the appointed person.
Okay, because all right. Because originally, all right, so that is going on as well.
And then
so and then you're just looking for who's the alternate for this?
No, because Councilman Correct was not able to do it anymore.
Mayor, you got any information on that?
Yeah, I thought we had talked about this because the mayor, Councilwoman Corralejo had stated she could no longer be the alternate. So I thought we already had assigned an alternate. I thought we discussed that in one of our meetings already, Megan. I recall that we assigned an alternate when Councilwoman Corralejo couldn't attend anymore.
Through the chair, if I could say something, and Mayor, you may recall or can correct me, but I think if I remember correctly at that point, you had brought up, you or someone brought up that there really wasn't, I guess, a vote. And we discussed if we should even have somebody sitting on there. I know in the past, I think staff has gone sometimes. So that's also maybe another option that we can do.
Yeah,
What is
through,
the Ariana?
through the chair, I
Sure,
think,
go ahead.
because it's not really a, official role, if you wanted to designate staff, to sit in when you can't make it, I think that would be, it's more of just, they want to have a city representative there. If that works, we could do that. Because I know.
And myself, I don't have any problem with that. I don't know if any of the council members, Mayor, do you have a question or comment on that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a good, I think that's a good idea. I think we do, even though we don't have a vote or I think it's important because we obviously do have an agreement with them. So if we can assign a staff person, if when Councilmember Cabrera can attend, that would work for me if it's feasible for everybody else.
All right, then we'll do that. Okay.
And then I attended my first South Salinas Broadband Authority last week, and it was a lot of confusion. I'm still trying to figure out everything they say, but it's definitely something that I'm doing more. And then Transportation Agency meets next week, so I'll be there.
Cool, good deal. All right, councilman members, praises, anybody have any? Go ahead and jump in. Start here.
Yeah, I just want to praise all the children again, having, the Little League board members here and also having the Warriors here. I know the girls volleyball also did real good. And I want to say that girls basketball also placed. And so just, I'm so proud of all the kids. It's so important for us as a community to support them and support their fundraisers and their sports, even if our children are not playing in it. And then also, even though they were not here, I definitely want to acknowledge and praise our youth council. They have 2 huge initiatives. They have requested a meet with me, and so I met with them, I think, a couple of weeks ago. And I know they have a 5K coming up. They're trying to raise money for the Soledad High School track, thank you. And then also they're working on this youth summit and kind of taking the lead. We're not kind of taking the lead on that South County youth summit. So just, want to say how proud I am of them and that they're representing, Soledad as our youth council.
All right, thank you.
Yes, there's a lot of them. All of our athletes are incredible. I think that we are untapped potential for greatness. And besides the ladies, the Aztec ladies and the Warriors, there are sports or things that people participate, that people cultivate, that we don't hear them much. And when I heard about Isabel Arriaga, she's a high school student that was invited to the paraprofessional ballet in Arizona. So it's incredible that we don't just have children that go on to play. For me, having the Little League is very significant because we have one of our nephews, Michelangelo Guzman, is a player and has been playing for a long time. And we have seen closely the impact that these guys have. But to have somebody with like Isabel that has succeeded in this area is very particular, very important that we recognize her. And besides that, I have so many people that I could do, but I want to do that couple here. We're staying the whole night. We don't have that many people that are staying the whole night, so thank you so much for staying here with us.
All right, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to clarify, to go back, just to let the public know I am not at the city, where I'm not in person. So I'm actually in Yosemite today and tomorrow till Friday And this is part of being on the Cal City's Board of Directors. And Cal City is the entity that represents over 482 cities in California. So we're here to discuss the state budget. How do we best advocate for local governments like ourselves? How do we support and continue to advocate for more money in the state budget and also for more local control? So this is the reason why I'm not there and representing the city of Soledad on this board. So excited to be here. I do have a couple of praises, as you all said. There's a lot of talent in Soledad, and a lot of people doing a lot of great things. Obviously, our coaches, our volunteers, our teachers are really instrumental. But I also want to go back to congratulate the Soledad High School girls soccer team. I think they just won the PCL champions. So, they continue to really show their force and, just their athleticism and also their talent. And also congratulating Vanessa Aguilar and her parents. She scored the winning goal to advance to the World Cup, and she's part of the Mexican U17 national team. So proud of her as well, and the dedication also and the sacrifice of the parents. As a parent, we know, in order for our children to be successful, there's also a sacrifice for us as parents. And shout out also to the Soledad cheerleading team who went to Las Vegas for the High School Jams Nationals on January 26th and 27. And I believe this was their first time, and we're extremely proud of how competitive they are. And, just to be there and be representing Soledad is pretty amazing. And then also just, as we heard, as a public heard today, we have so many public works projects, infrastructure. I know people are worried about streets and roads and how do we improve that. And so I just want to commend and thank all of our public works staff for all of the projects that we have moving forward and all of the funding sources that they've been able to secure for the projects. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Excellent, thank you. Myself, I'll make it quick. I want to praise our Public Works Department, our Police Department, and our Fire Department, because over this weather that we've been having in the rain, I look outside before I go to bed every night. I look outside. I just want to see what the weather is, and then I go to sleep. And I wake up in the morning, and I don't take it for granted, but we take it for granted that the water's flowing and it's not flooding and the streets are clear, and that's because we have our public servants here serving us when we go to sleep at night, to ensure that all things are operating, because when they don't, this room will be full of people to complain and tell us what we're doing wrong and why aren't we taking care of business. So thank you to Don Wilcox, Chief, Jason, with the fire department, for what all you guys do, and especially where the rubber meets the road, the staff that is out there in the rain gear and stuff. So thank you so much. All right, moving on to future agenda items. Mayor, you have anything?
Yeah, I just have 3 items. So one is, and I think I said it before, but developing a process for naming of the streets or renaming of existing streets. I know I've had several residents that have approached me on this. So I know that obviously when we have development, there's a process, but I think the city of Greenfield has a policy in place. So I would like to, not an urgent matter, but looking again to how we make sure that we don't, that we have a process for naming streets or renaming existing streets. And then also I want to recommend that we create a legislative ad hoc committee to review legislation at the state and federal level. There's a lot of bills that are coming through that are part of the policy platform that we as a council approved. So I want to make sure that we stay on top of that and that we're advocating in real time for some of these bills that are moving forward, either whether we advocate for them or we don't support them because they're not good for our community and for our residents. So I want to make sure that Megan, how we can do that, how we can start that creation, and let me know what I can do to support that. And then also I would like to go back to implement the quarterly joint meetings we had with the school district and resurrect some of the existing goals that we had. I know we haven't met for a time, and in looking at the youth council report, I know that there was a lot of alignment in terms of what they want to do, but I think a lot of the governance structure really needs to be looked at. And I would like to continue with those quarterly meetings that we had with the school district. That's all I have, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and I just have,
Oh,
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
through the chair, we do have a streets naming policy that Don did manage to dig up, so I could probably share that with you and then we can, decide what's next. So.
thank you. I just have two items. One is I've been approached about the military banners, how, are they gonna go back up? Are they not going back up? And I shared with them again that we're, possibly moving on to, Veterans Park, but like they say, well, we don't even know there's a sign there or poles there. So, I'd like to see staff bring it back as place it on an agenda item so the council to discuss what we want to do with those. Because, the families, that recognize their family members that served in the service and some of them lost their lives, they want to see those banners back up. So how we can facilitate that and how we can prioritize that, I think, would be good for, future discussions. And then the second one is pertaining again to military, the bridge going over, over the Salinas River right here, closest to us. There's a small plaque that recognizes our two veterans, Serrano and Skinner, that lost their lives in Vietnam. And they're requesting if we could, do a letter or do something to, Caltrans to, erect a larger sign, something that the public can see, because in many of these communities, you see large signs of, veterans, and who, recognizing who they are. And, if we could do that, staff could prepare a letter in agreement with council that we could, possibly look at improving or enlarging or create or getting a larger sign to acknowledge, that's in honor of them and their service. Those are only two items I have out. All right,
Mayor Pro Tem,
yes,
can I just comment on your last one? Thank you for bringing that up. So that has been brought up as part of my functions with the senator. And so we are working already to try to look at what's the best way to try to bring that sign, to get a bigger sign. So just so you know, we're also working on that on our end, and a letter of support actually from the city would be great to be able to have just a greater greater support to the senator, so that way she can move that along to Caltrans.
excellent. Okay, thank you. All right, public comment. So we're gonna discuss public, closed session items now. We've moved it to the end. So anybody have any comments regarding the closed session items? No one in the chambers, anyone out in Zoom, in the public in Zoom? No one out there. So the 5 items that we have are gonna be discussed tonight is, the claim of compost pursuant to the city council will recess the closed session pursuant to government code section 54956.9A, claim by compost. 54956.2A, claim of Sanchez, that's item number 2. Also, 54956.9D. 2, that could in the opinion of our council, could lead to significant exposure as far as litigation. Item number 4 is Leeper versus Mario Vargas, the city of city of Soledad. That's 54956.98. 54957B1. We'll also be discussing item number 5, city manager evaluation, and item number 6, under the same code section, the city attorney's evaluation. So at this time, we'll recess to closed session. If anybody wants to stay, you're welcome to stay. There is no refreshment.
Thank you. So with that, we're back from our closed session. And our attorney, Mike Rodriguez, will report on our closed session items.
Yes, Mayor and Council and Mayor Pro Tem and Megan, everybody else is still up to come tonight. My report on item number one, the city considered the council considered the claim of compost and denied it and provided direction to the attorney. No other reportable action taken. The city on number two considered the claim of Sanchez, requested that decided it should be denied and provided direction to legal counsel. No other reportable action taken. With respect to item number three, the city council conferred with its legal counsel, provided direction. No other reportable action taken. With respect to item number four, there was no specific action to take on that. Council was just informed of the situation. No other reportable action taken. With respect to item number five, the council actually concluded, the city manager's evaluation, and provided me with some direction. I took notes, and I will provide a little sheet that will indicate the statements that were made and so forth, and give it to the city manager to place into her file. The item's been completed. And item number six, which is the city attorney evaluation, there was an issue that was discussed by the council and legal counsel. No other reportable action taken.
Thank you. So before we close the meeting, I just wanted to thank staff and those who might be at home still watching. I also wanted to thank my colleagues and the mayor who's with us on Zoom. And before we adjourn, on the mayor's request, I just want to say that we want to close this meeting in memory of the two young men who unfortunately lost their lives in Soledad. And with that, we adjourn the meeting at 10:24.